Music teacher's reaction, live, to the Devil May Cry 5 soundtrack. I've never heard this music before, so I have no idea what's gonna happen. Everything I do say, talk about, teach, breakdown, it's all gonna be off the top of my head in the moment. We're gonna get rockin' and rolling. Title screen. Oh, very ominous. If you have a pair of headphones or earbuds, I suggest putting them on because there's a lot of stuff going on with the very low sounds that you're not going to hear coming out of your computer speakers or your phone speakers or your tablet speakers. Headphones, earbuds is going to be the way to go. Oh, cool stutter in there. Okay, so what do I mean by stutter? Well, there's an actual program out there. It's a software program, and it's called Stutter Edit. And you can do this manually, but it's much easier with the program. What you do is you take, any sound, and then you stutter it. So like that. So if I point out to you, considering there was stuttering in this very first piece, it might be coming back some more. So look out for that. That's called stutter. And then if any of you are music producers, the program I'm talking about is called Stutter Edit. It's made by a company called Isotope, and I'm not getting paid to tell you that. It's actually a good piece of software. Okay, this next piece is called, and I'm doing my best here, the Qliphoth. Qliphoth prologue. Let's do it. Oh, seriously get headphones on. Qliphoth. Thank you, don't exist. Okay, so a couple things I'm picking up already. Well, we are hearing a couple themes, and it's probably going to take me a couple reps to actually start. Ooh, sneezing coming. Excuse me. Well, it's probably going to take me a couple reps to actually start identifying which themes go where. Something we've already heard over the past two is... either triads being harmonized or possibly quartal harmony in there. Yeah, so that piano thing going in there, we've heard that twice now. Really D flat minor being the key, so we'll see if that pops up some more. This next one is called Introduction, which fortunately I can pronounce. I sneeze like my grandfather. He used to sneeze and it would shake the house. Headphones are a must for this. There's so much going on in the low end. D flat still. Yeah, okay. Pulse coming through now. Little Sephiroth-y. Yeah, so, okay, couple things. Number one, a lot of D flat minor, but here's the thing, it's not just any D flat minor, it's got that raised 6, so really, it's D flat during. Now, what do I mean by raised 6? Well, whenever we have a key, well, we're not going to get into a key today, but I'm just going to give you some numbers and some notes, because we like to put numbers and notes. If 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. One kind of repeats. It's 8, but it's 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. And what we're doing here is we could hear that so far in the past 3 tracks, 6 has actually been a little bit higher than from a natural minor scale. Now, a lot of times game soundtracks will use this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, as opposed to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That 6 instead of 6, raised 6 there, to give like an old feeling. Like if you were to hear that 6, you would think sort of like Scarborough Fair Renaissance. And again, I've not played the game, so I don't really know, but perhaps it is set in a sort of castles and farmland type of a thing. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I'm getting so far from the harmony choices that are being used. This next one is called Demon's Throne. Don't sit on it. Well, I was saying don't sit on it, but Demon's Throne. Here we go. Devil May Farm. Semi-modern? What is semi-modern mean? Oh, okay. Listen to those high sounds. Those are violins. Say modern, okay. Okay, so I might have missed the mark on that, but check this out. So there's 4 different ways. Strings, which are violins. Well, not all strings are violins, but all violins are strings. That you can hear that those violins are going to build up tension and excitement. So right there we had, let's see, let's get the actual notes. Okay. All right. So the 2 notes that those violins are actually playing is right here. You hear how... All right, type a 1 in the chat if you think that sounds pretty and sweet. Type a 2 in the chat if you think that sounds kind of like close to nails on a chalkboard. And so basically what that is right there is that's called dissonance. Dissonance. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds pretty funky. And so what you have there is you have violins playing two notes that are very close to each other. And because they're playing the two notes that are very close to each other at the same time, that creates a lot of tension, a lot of excitement. And normally I read super chats after the stream, but I just want to say a huge thank you to Joseph Cortez for setting a new channel record for super chats. So thank you very much, Joseph. I really do appreciate your support. Thank you for supporting the channel. We're going to, and I will read all super chats at the end of the stream, but that's a new channel record. So just want to give a shout out to Joseph. Thank you. All right. So that's one way strings can create tension. What we're going to see is if we can hear the other three ways show up in this OST. All right, this next one is called Unbearable Pressure. Let's check it out. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. So here, again, listen for those notes where they're close together. There's a lot of friction, a lot of tension. Oh, wow. Huh. Notes very close together with those violins, a lot of tension. Listen how the speed is changing here. It's speeding up and slowing down. It's like going in and out of traffic on a highway. It's called tempo modulation. Tempo meaning time or speed. Okay, so something I'm picking up too, which is not necessarily a motif, but it is a repeated underpinning of what's going on, is just like we talked about with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 before. We talked about how the 6 is raised. That 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What we've heard a lot so far in these songs is just 1, 2, 3, not being played by the instruments that you'd really pay attention to off the bat, but by instruments that are sort of in the background going 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, going 1, 2, 3 over and over and over again. And that repeated 1, 2, 3 over and over again, that repetition actually increases the tension and drama, even though your ears might not be drawn to it at first. Having that repeated pattern over and over again built a lot of tension. We actually heard similar things both in Sephiroth, in Final Fantasy, and then also in one of the final Ace Combat 7 soundtracks as well. Similar ideas for really building tension up over time, even though it's with instruments that are not sort of like the main instruments that your ear first gets drawn to. This next one is called, oh, this is going to be fun, Unbearable Pressure Rush Percussion version. Is Neil Peart going to be playing the drums, I wonder? This is fun. All right, so we're at the here at change speed. Huh. Well, that was cool. A focus on the percussion. Now, if you're not sure what percussion is, percussion, basically, you can think drums. There's other things besides drums that are percussion, that make up percussion, but all drums are percussion. Not all percussion instruments are drums. But an easy way to think about it is whenever you hear drums, that's percussion. This next one is called A Sword Shatters to Pieces. Yeah. So you're hearing these low brass things going on, just like Ace Combat 7, incidentally. These dramatic drums behind them. It's not over. Oh, yeah. Those violins, notes close to each other. That's the same violin part we heard before when I first pointed it out. Oh, cool. Oh, yes. hopefully we get some more of that in a later song. That was really cool. Oh, dissonance, drama. Now, maybe it's just me, but when the melody went, ba, 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 for some reason, all I could think of was, Rule Britannia, Britannia rules always, which is an old British song from like the Revolutionary War times, maybe even before that. Anyway, weird places the mind goes to. Okay, so the Sword Shatters to pieces, this sounded more like perhaps a cutscene or something, where we're hearing bits and pieces, hopefully, that we're going to hear again in the future, but I'm not sure because, well, I'm not in the future. Well, now I am. Nope. Now. Okay. This section is called It Absorbs the People's Blood. Okay. That's dark. Let's go. Here's way number 2. Strings. Create drama. And I'll break it down after this. Dubstep, alright. So you hear that right now? It's going bah, bah. Those hits over and over again with those low bass drums hits. You hear that all the time. This right here. Here it is. Right there. Now, normally you hear this in movie trailers when the villain is saying something really dramatic and the hero is doing something really cool. So this right here, the reason why it's here is because it sounds dramatic, and the reason why they use the same thing in movie trailers is because it sounds super dramatic. Now, what I wanted to point out at the beginning was, I remember I said there was 4 ways violence can increase tension. This is the second way, and the second way is called modulation. Now, modulation is when something goes, well, that's pitch modulation. So it goes from low to high, or from high to low. Voice is not warmed up, had a little bit of break, but that's okay. So what we heard here is not just modulation, but modulation combined with way number 1, which was having notes that were close together. So we have multiple notes that are close together, all going from low to high at the same time. And because that's happening, that greatly increases drama, 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 oh drama, oh the drama, oh the drama, oh the drama, 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 drama. So what you have there is you have 2 of the 4 ways combined together to make it even more dramatic. This next one is called Reflection, which is Mission Clear, which I read the first time as Mission Share. Maybe that's just a music thing. Do you believe in the reflection? Okay, here we go. Again, kind of dubsteppy, a little techy here. And here's the stutters again. Listen for the stutters. Remember we talked about these stutters in like the very first one? And here they are again. stutters all over the place. Now, if you're just joining us in on the stream, just to catch you up, normally I don't do this, but I think it's going to be important to catch you up. A stutter is like just like if a person were to stutter, it's like that, but the instrument is stuttering, and it's usually not actually played. It's software that's after the fact where you take a sound and you press a button and it makes it stutter. You can also do it manually by like cutting and copying and pasting, but that's very labor intensive, so people like to use software. Okay, this next one is called The Heaven of My Hell, which is kind of like the less romantic version of Moon to My Sun when you are talking to your significant other. Here we go. What the heck? This is a change. I can honestly say I had no idea, based on the title, that song was going to be like, the first 3 quarters of it could have been like, if you change the drum sound and the mix on, it could have been like Maroon 5 from like the 2010s, early 2010s, Maroon 5. That was wild and also very interesting. Yeah, so one of the reasons that sounds so different is because it's basically a pop song. With a couple kind of like cheesy things added on the end there. And I say cheesy not in a bad way, just a little cheesy. This next one is called Sometimes Cheesy is Nice. Just like my eggs this morning were a little cheesy, and it was very nice. So it was a Gouda cheese, which I know you're supposed to pronounce Gouda for Gouda, but hey, whatever. It was a Gouda cheese with mushrooms in it. So it was a mushroom Gouda cheese on top of eggs, and then I put mushrooms on top of the mushroom Gouda cheese, and then there were shallots, and then there were shiitake mushrooms. Oh, it was so good. Okay, this next one is called Devil Shocker. Do-dum, do-dum. Yeah, repeated. Don't go, ba-dum, ga-dum, ga-dum. Oh, sorry guys, I skipped one. It's called Devil Trigger. I apologize. There we go. Oh, this sounds like Lamb of God. That's got heavy. Type a 2 in the chat if you know the band Lamb of God. It's a kind of Dream Theater-y. Yeah, that stutter again. Modulation. Not violin, synth there. Well, I really liked the way it started off. I really liked the verses. I thought the verses were really well done. Now, what do I mean by the verses? I mean this part where they're like telling you the story. Yeah. Awesome. All right, this next one is called Devil Shocker. I did it right. Dun-dum. Okay. Yes, please. Oh, yeah. Come on. Come on now. All right. I really hope we get to hear more of whatever was going on at the end there. All right. So something we've heard a couple times is bug-on, go-gon. What was it? Da-dum. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. And so what that is ba-dum, da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. It's these groups of two. And just like we talked about so far with like the repetition of the... It's a way of building tension, that ba-gung, ga-gung, 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 which I'm going to draw an interesting parallel. We actually heard quite a bit in Ace Attorney during the moments where there needed to be a lot of tension, a lot of excitement. So we've heard this repeated pattern a couple of times so far in this OC, so we're going to actually look out for the go-gung, 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 go-gung to show up in more places, because I have a feeling it may be coming back. All right, this next one is called Enter the Devil Shocker, which, by the way, if there was a carnival ride named the Devil Shocker, I would not go in it. I just want to say that now. Like, as it is... I think Batman at Six Flags was like about my limit, and I'm assuming Devil Shocker would be more intense than Batman. All right, let's give it a shot. Whoa, interesting. Yes, please. I love the build-up. Okay, so we've had a couple songs like this, and hopefully we have like 100 more songs to go in this OST. Hopefully what we're hearing now is like the composer and the games, like it's laying the foundation for things to come later. Like we had these tastes of like, and don't spoil it for me because I don't want to know. I want to find out when I get there. But like we had these tastes of like really cool musical ideas that we haven't quite gotten into. I'm really, really, really excited to see how this develops, if it comes back, what's going to change when it does come back. This next one is called Devil Trigger, Devil Shocker Remix. That strings. That's not strings, that's a synth. But I'll break it down. bum, bum. So different than the ones who 1-2, but still repeated rhythmic pattern. Oh, there's some words in there. Does anyone know what the words are saying? Type it in the chat. Oh, gotta let it out. There you go. Oh, yeah, come on now, bass. Okay, so what's interesting here is up until now we've really heard 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. What we're hearing here is 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. So still the same idea of it really holding and keeping the tension, that repeated pattern over and over again. And we're going to see throughout this OST, as we've seen so far, repeated patterns creating, maintaining, giving the feeling of tension. And what we're hearing here, instead of just 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3, we're going to the next note. We're going up to 4. 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4, just like that. So perhaps signifying a progression in the game, perhaps signifying that we've moved forward in the game somewhere, adding that extra note, and perhaps not. Maybe the composer just wanted to change. This next one is called Devil Trigger Instrumental Edit. Kind of reminds me of Lady Gaga a little bit. Yeah, a weird heavy bridge, Jappy, exactly. Love it. This next one is called A Man's Face Peeks Through the Robes. Ah, two notes close together. Tension. Well, excuse me, not two notes close together. It's going up by a half step. Oh, little major in there. Oh, very scary. Whoa. Okay, so an interesting piece again feels kind of like a cutscene, feels like some story is happening. Sometimes when the music is a little bit more, well, not muted, but less busy. It's because other things are going on. The music is just there to provide, well, extra feels, if you will. So yeah, some interesting things going on here. I think another interesting thing to point out is a lot of what we've been hearing so far is in D flat, and what we just heard here was in C. And I'm thinking it is D flat as opposed to C sharp because no, it's C sharp. Well, yeah, D flat, and then this is now in C, which was interesting. And little gestures like that were fascinating to hear as well. So let's see if this is some kind of theme that's going to pop up again later on. This next one is called Garage, the main menu. Imagine Joe's Garage by Frank Zappa starts playing. And interestingly, this is by Stephen McNair. I don't think we've heard previously on this. Oh, cool. All right. Sick. First time I think we've heard flat 2. I'll break down what flat 2 is after the song. What did I say I was going to break down? I had too much fun playing and I forgot what I said I was going to break down. What did I say? Oh, flat 2. Okay, so up until now, what we've heard are things like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Now, what we're changing here is sort of 1, 2, 3. We're going to lower 2 down, so 2's is a little lower. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. It's the first time I think we've heard 2 being lowered down in such a way. Now, when 2 gets lowered down, it gives it much darker feel, more ominous feeling. Yeah, you just give an example. So it's like, as opposed to, right, versus. So that lowered 2, that's kind of like, oh no, that's different than Slim Shady, isn't it? It's the flat 6. Anywho, let's get this thing going with, come on, Nero mission start. Jappy Padazaki every day. Oh, come on now. Oh. Okay, we've heard this before. Yeah, we did. Yeah, okay. Yes. We heard it before in C minor. Now we're hearing it. Oh yeah, now modulating. I was about to catch up and say, like, I think we're G flat. Huh. Okay, so something I want to point out here, which is actually pretty cool, is this idea in the melody. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, so it goes like this. There you go. And before we heard it in C minor as yeah, right, in C minor. Now what's interesting is the second time it's come around, we're hearing it in G flat. Now get this, though there is some conjecture as to the truth of this, it's a fantastic story, so we're going to run with it. And back in the day, in the church, you were not allowed to play certain notes together, and here's the reason why. The reason was, this note to this note was considered to be so dissonant. It had so much tension in it. There was so much Sturm und Drang. There was so much of fight and angst in this interval here that surely it belonged to the devil himself. And so it was called the Devil's interval. And you actually were not allowed to play it in churches. You could play a combination of any other 2 notes except for those 2 notes, because there's no place for that in a church. Nowadays, like Baptist, like so many different, even, well, less so even like CCM and stuff, but like gospel stuff has that in it all the time for 7th chords. But anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is that the way this first idea got played the first time, which was right, no, yeah, it was that, and the second time, that's actually going up and down by, guess what? Anyone want to guess? It's going up by the devil's interval. The first time it was played, and the second time it was played, that difference of how much higher it is, it's higher by 1 devil's interval, also known as a diminished fifth, to give it a perhaps nicer name. But how wild is that? So, let's go ahead and listen to the next one, which is called Devil Trigger, a game edit. Let's check it out. Sounds like a Rob Zombie movie. Yeah, yes it does. Oh, yes, please. It's like also Little Linkin Park, you know? There's like the simplicity of the rhythmic figures of the vocals. Oh, listen to that, another extra guitar coming in now. Don't, Yeah, Dan, I hear what you're saying. Again, I really like the verses. I really like the instrumental parts. I gotta be honest with you, because you know I'm always honest with you. I'm just not so crazy about the chorus, man. And I'll tell you why. And I will, because I know exactly why it is. It's because like the rhythm of everything is like so good, and it's like it's so catchy and so deliciously groovy. And then it's like the rhythm, for me, the rhythm of that chorus, man, that just if there's a little bit more syncopation, a little bit more movement to it, and I think also the melody contour too could have gone. Armchair quarterbacking. Anyway, this next one is called Rain, with a backwards Russian looking R, Ain. Yeah, I know, Super Chicken, but like, I gotta be honest too. Yeah, interesting. Major sound implied there again. You could have these moments with little major chords implied. Oh, hinting at like a sitar sound there. So it sounds to me like we're in like perhaps a new biome or a new area or something. Number one, because we're changing keys. Number two, we're changing instruments. Number three, these are new ideas. Perhaps a new character or something. Huh. Interesting. So up until now, a lot of the music we've been hearing has been in D flat minor. We've heard C minor, we've heard G flat minor. Now we're hanging out in F. It's like we're going low, well, not lower and lower and lower because the D flat was technically D2. Anyway, doesn't matter. Point is, interesting, new key. This next one is called Echoes-oes. Very creepy. Oh. Okay. So what you're hearing now, you hear that sort of clunking sound? They've gone in on the piano and they've turned up the key sound of the digital instrument and added distortion to it. Fascinating. Yeah, hammer sound, Dan. There's someone in the chat named Dan. I'm not talking to myself. All right, that is really cool. Let's see if I can actually give you guys an example. I may not have... I don't think I have native instruments on this computer. Let me see. No, I don't. That's okay. Okay, but the point is, what I thought was really cool about the sound there, and let's go back and actually give you some examples here, is... Yeah, that kind of clunk, 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 clunk sound. It's like... Kind of sounds like someone's like hitting a hollow wooden thing. That's the sound of piano hammers, because basically a piano is a hammered instrument. It's kind of an idiophone, if you will. And so what happens is you press the key moves a lever, the lever puts a felt-covered hammer that goes and bong, hits the strings, rather, and that creates a sound. Now, what you can do in the digital piano instruments is you can dial in how much of that hammer sound you want, how much of that mechanical sound you want. And what you can hear here is that the composer, Kota Suzuki, actually dialed in that sound quite a bit, which is a very interesting artistic choice, because on top of that, the added distortion really creates a unique piano sound that I can honestly say I have never heard before. So that was delightful. This next one is called Heading for a Catastrophe, and the first A of catastrophe is an at sign. Let's do it. Okay, I think this is the idea we heard like 15 songs ago. Listen to those strings. The strings are stuttered. adding even more drama and texture. And there's that sort of sitar, tambura type sound. Here it is again. Yeah, tambura, definitely. Yeah, hear that? Hear that? That sound? That's that stutter. Perhaps a tremolo, but I think is most likely a stutter being used. This next one is called Any Special Orders, Nico's Shop. Hi, I am Tammy. Cute. Very cute. Man, the shop, I'm assuming this is like a shop theme. The shop themes in so many games like this, just been wild. That was really cool. So that's reverse sounds there. Have you ever heard anything like that? It's just sound flipped around and played in reverse. Hear that mandolin or balalaika? The mandolin. Okay. A radical departure from everything else. Oh, might be another sneezing coming. But a radical departure from everything else we've heard so far, except for that one pop tune thing we heard for those, kind of like the Maroon 5 thing. This is still different. I think, too, it's interesting to talk about how a lot of times in video games, the shop themes are just like, I don't know, maybe it's the composer like, oh, I can do something different for one song. And just actually like let loose and do something wild. I'm thinking especially of what was that in Nier Automata, where it was that that song with the guy singing about how you could buy stuff from him, like really out of tune. That was wild. This next one is called Interview. Yeah, Emil's shop. Oh. Very dubsteppy. Whoa, but it's like different dubstep, like the way the oh All right, chat, spoil it for me. Are we going to hear any of those little tidbits again? Type a 1 in the chat if we're going to hear some of those tidbits again, because I really want to know, because I really want to see where that story goes. Yeah, little Doom, Jappy. Uh-huh. I hear what you're saying for the Doom. Oh, we're going to get to hear some more of that? Oh. Or did I say 1? I forgot the numbers thing. All right, this next one is called End of the World and Game Over. Oh no, this next one is called Blazing Muscle. Excuse me. We've heard compound meter hinted at before. $12.8. Oh, no, maybe not. Yeah, 12.8. Oh, delicious. Now switching to simple meter. Back to compound. One and two and three and four and one and two and three and four and one and simple. One and two and four and three and four and one and one. I thought it was gonna be somewhere different. One and two and so simple. Reminds me a little bit of Doom. Oh, I love that little squeal there. Pinch harmonic. Sounds like double harmonic scale there for a moment. So I'm assuming this is phase 2 of the boss fight. Maybe we're gonna hear phase 3. Perhaps phase 3 here. Okay, I want to break down one interesting thing there. Is that the use, or the, we're not use, more implying a double harmonic scale there. So now, what a double harmonic scale is, it goes, and I'll call this out, then you know music theory, follow along with me. It goes 1, flat 2, major 3, 4, 5, flat 6, major 7, 1. So kind of like a harmonic minor, but with a major 4 and a flat 2. Very interesting to hear that. Perhaps that's what we've heard gestured at a couple times when we heard that major third in those chords, those little sprinklings of major thirds. This next one is called End of the World. Game over. Continue. Next one is called Mysterious Stranger. Oh, yes. Augmented. Very mysterious. Very mysterious. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what made that quite so mysterious. Let's talk about the very first chord we heard. The very first chord we heard was called an augmented chord. It's where we take essentially major chord and we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We play 1, 3, and 5 at the same time. We'll make 5 just a little higher. Oh. And that's what sounds so mysterious. When you take that 5, you raise it up by 1/2 step. Shout out to all my level 2 theory peeps who have learned about their augmented triads. The next one is called Flying Outdoors. This is very interesting. Reversed sounds with stutters. Changing now. Very dreamy. We haven't really heard anything like this so far in the OST. Is sharp 4 there? Oh, sharp 4 and 4 at the same time. Talk about dissonance. Okay, that was really, really cool at the end, using a common note between a bunch of chords. So, for example, this note stays the same, other note changes. This note stays the same. Fascinating. Also, what's kind of cool is that alternating between the major and the minor third there. Major third to minor third. Keeping the same exact note as the root. So, composers don't always just stay in a harmonized scale. They play back and forth because, well, it's the real world and things don't always follow rules. This next one is called Nice Scissors. Ah. Some modulation from strings. Also playing in such a way to get that kind of nails on a chalkboard feeling. Okay, now I'm not 100, because it's been a long time since I played the viola, but if I recall correctly, to get that sound, that kind of nails on a chalkboard sound on a violin, viola, or cello, you're actually going to play like, oh, I'm getting goosebumps and shivers just thinking about it, and it hurts even to say it. Like you're going to play right on the bridge or right behind the bridge, and it's like, oh my gosh, another amazing way that strings can create a lot of tension and a lot of drama with just a couple of sounds. The next one is called Floating Indoors. AC in the house. Stutter again. Fascinating. Whoa. Oh. Okay, so a couple of things we heard there. We heard, oh my goodness. So we heard reverse sounds. So anytime you hear a sound go like that, that's because they've taken the sound. They normally go, ah, and they go, right? They actually take the sound, and you can do this electronically. You can also do this physically, but they do it now electronically. You actually just flip the sound around. So instead of going from loud to quiet, it goes from quiet to loud, and the whole thing is reversed. So hearing those reverse sounds along with the stutters we've been hearing so far for this entire DLC really did give the sense of sort of floating and being lost and kind of discombobulated, not knowing which way was up. This next one is called A Date with Corruption. Stutters going into that hit. And straight into Lunatic Ray. This will be our last song for today. About that harpsichord. this a boss fight, guys? So absolutely delightful. Not really like anything we heard so far, but that makes sense. I asked chat that this was indeed for a boss fight. The reason why I thought this might be for a boss fight was because the transitions between the different sections sounded to me like the transitions in a boss fight, where maybe there was like 2, 3, 4 seconds of like, you would get those animations in like different phases of a boss fight, of a boss being like, "Rah, now I'm really angry," or like they grow an extra head, or, it's going to be harder basically in the next section of this boss fight. That's what those transitions sounded like to me. And that's why I called that out. So really cool. I'm loving the soundtrack. If you are loving this journey, please hit like, subscribe, and crush that notification bell so you know when the next stream is. You can come hang out, because we're going to do a couple of these Devil May Cry 5 streams all in a row, not day after day. So make sure you come hang out, because we'll probably do a couple next week. We'll probably do a couple the week after that, or maybe we'll get them all done in one week. Who knows? You will if you hit that notification bell. So go ahead and hit that like, hit that subscribe. And I think I already said crush the notification. Yeah, I started saying out crush that notification bell as like a joke because I heard other people say it. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create your own music, or to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator program now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner, and we will show you every step of the way through creating and releasing your own music. You also do not need to buy extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the description and apply now. This song is called Enjoy the Taste of Despair, the mission start. I normally only have despair when I'm eating sushi, but I suppose I will make an exception for today, and we're going to go ahead and just taste some despair by itself without any of the rice, the nori, or the fish. Here we go. So much going on. Oh my goodness. I mean, already... I know I keep on saying this. I feel like this soundtrack's gonna be eclectic. It's gonna be like, we've never heard anything like this before. It's like, yeah. Very sort of creepy strings. Ooh. Ooh, spicy. Okay, so I don't have too much to say on that one because it is our first one of the day. So I'll say that, yes, indeed, that does not sound like too much of anything we've heard before. Let's jump straight into the next one, which is called Wave Street. Thank you, Bernie. Groovin'. Oh, interesting phaser. Starting to build a little bit here. With that sort of static. Sort of like, sounds like sandpaper against sandpaper in the back there. Sticky pop. Sticky pop. Sticky pop. Someone's gonna make a clip of that, and one day when I'm 60, I'm gonna look back and go like, oh gosh. Okay, so a couple of really interesting things happening here. Okay, so number one, this doesn't really sound like anything we heard in Disc 1, if I recall correctly, which I may not, because there was a lot of music in Disc 1. But It seems to me that so far disc 2 is a lot more, well, relaxed. It seems there's a lot more atmospheric things going on, not in the sense of like atmospheric music, but music that is playing in the background to give an atmosphere, whatever the scene is. Which, yes, I understand all video game music is doing that anyway. Oh my goodness, how many qualifiers am I going to give here? But look, the point is, the music is more relaxed. It's got this like kind of sandpapery synth sounds going on there with these phasers and things like that. And yes, that sound of the phaser, we did hear that in Terraria a couple of times. So an interesting connection there. It's a common effect. You can actually hear it in many different places. It's not like a direct musical connection, but a connection nonetheless. This next one is called Crimson Cloud Game Edit, which is also interesting. Perhaps, again, another connection, because I was watching game footage of Starkiller fighting Darth Vader. And indeed, in this fight before Starkiller fought Darth Vader, which, by the way, is Star Wars, Starkiller was force holding all these stormtroopers up and then dissipated them into a crimson cloud. Also, incidentally, I feel like there was a crimson cloud in the second Thor movie that got into Jane. And anyway, okay, Crimson Cloud Game Minute, let's go. It's like, how many Crimson Cloud references can I give in 30 seconds? Oh my goodness. Oh! It's like double harmonic scale being used here, which is a super cool scale. I'll break down for you guys after the song. This is sick. Well, actually, technically, you wouldn't hear this out anyway. listen to that stuttering going on in there. I'll love it. You can hear the whatever they're saying, fight fire or whatever, being used in there with like stutter at it. I love that. Oh, love it. Okay, a couple things. Number one, that is my favorite song so far, at least with lyrics, from this OST. That was really, really, really tasteful and really well done. And for a almost 6 minute song, and like I didn't get bored a single time. And not that I get bored very often, but like a 6 minute song that kind of is a little repeaty, but the way it was repeatish was like repeatish. It was like really, really good. Like, that was awesome. That was really, really good. Anyway, I said I was going to break down a double harmonic. Now, here's the thing. It sounded double harmonic for a moment. I don't think it was actually double harmonic, the whole thing, but I'm going to break down for you anyway because it's a super cool scale. So double harmonic, not harmonic minor, but double harmonic. Basically, what makes our harmonic minor so special is that you have this interval called a augmented second between the 6th and the 7th scale degree. But what we're going to do is we're going to take that same augmented second and put it between a flat second and a major 3. So... oh, sounds so cool. And we had a moment there, and where we had that major 3rd after having that flattened 6th, although I don't think we heard the 7th. But very cool. Definitely my favorite song so far. This one is called 5-4 Time Secret Mission. Okay, before we play this, one of the most famous secret mission themes that is in 5-4 Time is the Mission Impossible theme is in 5-4 time, which just means we count it with groups of 5 as opposed to groups of 3 or groups of 4. That's one of the things that makes that piece of music sound so unique. So 5-4 time secret mission, I wonder if this is going to be close to Mission Impossible or not. Let's find out. No, so it doesn't really sound like Mission Impossible, does it? But you could tell from the name why I might think that. Oh, this is getting cool. Interesting drum beat. Really interesting drum beat. I don't think I've ever heard a 5/4 drum beat like that. Okay, so if any of you are not familiar with the Mission Impossible theme, it would have sounded something like this. Which is definitely not what we were hearing right there. This next one is called Splitting Fool. Introduction, and to be clear, this is Splitting Fool like banana split, not Spitting Fool like a spitting llama. So Splitting Fool like a banana split. Let's do this. Huh. So something I want to point out, which has been consistent so far pretty much in a lot of these songs, is this sandpapery kind of sound. Right there. Kind of sounds like a car driving over gravel a little bit. Yeah, there you go again. Oh, yes, please. Oh, come on, give me some more of that in the next song. Oh, yeah, the next one's called Spitting Fool. Splitting Fool. Keep it going. We're not going to stop. Go, go, go. Keep it going. Yes! Oh, come on. Oh, I love that dubsteppy stuff in there, man. Oh, that's sick. That's a 7-string guitar right there, playing that B. Someone just popped into this stream and was like, what the heck is going on? Drizio, I want you to know that's hilarious, but I gotta remove that. Okay. Easily, my favorite instrumental so far. Loved it. Okay, one of the reasons I love dubstep is because I love metal. And if you love metal and you listen to dubstep, it's like, they're brothers, man. It's like they're both brothers. They're both like MMA fighters who also were in the military, and like that's what to me, that's what like metal and like it's like a SEAL became an MMA fighter and has like tattoos, is what like dubstep and like metal is. It's like, you know what I mean? So anyway, I really enjoyed that. That was awesome. A ton of fun. Some of the fun things, which is interesting because in Ace Combat 7, we had... So what we're seeing a pattern across different video games that when composers want to create something that sounds well, like action or ominous or like something's happening, they're going to use these three notes. Now, if you're a video game composer or you're a producer, you can use these three notes too, and obviously they were playing around with a little bit more. But the three notes are... you're doing 1, 5, flat 6, 5. And so you think about a natural minor scale, you're just using 1, 2, flat 3. I'm saying flat 3 because the scale degree would have a flat in front of it. 4, 5, flat 6. So using 1, 5, and flat 6. Tons of fun, level 1 music theory. Okay, this next one is called Lucky Fall. I feel like I'm having a lucky fall. Like the leaves are changing. It's nice outside. I'm very grateful for the fall that I'm having. Type a 1 in the chat if you are grateful for the fall that you are having. Let's listen to Lucky Fall. Love the mindset, guys. Love the mindset. Ooh. Oh, fun. Now, I've said this before, I'm going to say it again because it's fun to say and it's also fun to point out. Sometimes when brass instruments like a tuba or a trombone, I mean a trumpet too, but really those lower ones like a tuba or what is it, a baritone tuba or a bass, a trombone or a baritone trombone, play low notes. Well, it sounds kind of like flatulence. Listen to that. Right at the end there. Okay, but that's because the notes are playing so low. The notes that they're playing are so low, and they're playing them so hard that it's actually sometimes hard for our ears to actually hear them as notes. And our ears actually have a hard time distinguishing between notes when they get that low. This next one is called It's Kind of Chilly, which incidentally happens in the fall. Here we go. Again, dubsteppy stuff in there. It's not out front, but it's in there. And listen to that static. It's like sandpaper. And my eye itches like crazy. You see me like scratching my eye or blinking weird. Ah. Oh, I love this. Come on, build it up now. One more time, here we go. Comes back around, I think at least 2 more times. Oh no, okay, they don't leave it at 2. I love these wobbly bass, these stutters here and there. Man, stutter edit should get like... Oh! Oh! Makes it look atmospheric dubstep. I've never heard anything like this before in my life. I mean, just the rhythms of the stutter that's happening right now, underneath, got like these pads and underneath. Oh, it's delicious. Okay, I think that's the first piece of atmospheric dubstep I've ever heard in my life. And I'm calling it atmospheric dubstep because I have no better words to put to it than to call it atmospheric dubstep. Type a 2 in the chat. All right, look, if you've never played this game before, type a 2 in the chat. This is your first time ever hearing something like that in your life. Let me know if you're having the same experience as me, because I really want to know. This next one is called Abyssal Time, as in the time of the abyss, or time for the abyss. Look, setting us up for a dance beat. Oh, come on now. Ooh. Oh. See, this is where I thought it was going to go originally when I heard that sort of dance beat at the beginning. Okay, so I want to break down one part of this song, and that is the idea that this whole song sort of started with, which is we heard this one idea recycled, reused, changed, modified in so many different ways that this is a great place to take inspiration for creativity from. Because with this one idea, we heard so many different variations of it, one of which was to just put fifths on it. The other one was actually adding in, well, really you can think of it as thirds. Actually, it was like technically a tenth. Adding it in, so it was doing something like, let's see. Now, what's really cool about this is in the first chord, I'm going to call out the notes. We have a D and an F. In the second chord, we have an E flat and a G. Then we go back to the D and the F. Now, in the third chord, we have a C and an E natural. So what's really cool is that change between having the E flat be the lowest note in the second chord and then actually having E natural be the highest note in the last chord. And that makes for a very, very interesting color coming out of the music. Let's listen to this next one, which is called The End of Stillness. Apollo 13. I think that's a reasonable thing to say. Okay, so interestingly enough, that whole idea we heard during Abyssal Time of the D, E flat, D, C, we just heard there kind of turned on its head a little bit. We heard D, E natural, F, which is how a minor scale would normally start as opposed to something that's, well, let's say Phrygian. This next one is called I'd Also Like to Jump. Let's do it. This is sick. This is so well mixed, too. Oh, where's this gonna go? I have no idea. Oh, delicious. I'll listen to the texture and the groove. This is sick. I am loving the dubstep. Maximum wubs. All right. Yeah. So what I'm really loving here so much is hearing how dubstep is being used in a way that I've never, ever, ever heard those sounds used before. So I don't know that I could call this dubstep because, like a lot of dance genres, which I believe dubstep is technically it's EDM, electronic dance music, a lot of dance genres are actually speed dependent. So you can actually get a change in genre based on the speed. And so because here we're not hearing that boom wow bangarang wow bangarang, we're not hearing that kind of fast sort of dubstep thing. We're hearing all the sounds from dubstep, and indeed, if you go and you trace the history of dubstep back to, I believe, England, where it started in like the early 2000s, you can hear that what was really making dubstep was in fact that wobbly bass sound. And then of course it turned into a whole different thing later on in the 2000s and in the 2010s. Let's check out this next one called My Dear Friend. Marks, if I'm not incorrect, England in the early 2000s, yeah, was where dubstep came from. Yeah, dubstep is usually pretty fast, Pikachu. Good call on that. I'm not sure if it's 140, but I know it's fast. A beautiful change here. Listen to that guitar in the background. Right there, very gently. Maybe there, no. And those very quiet high notes there. Huh. Quite a departure from the last couple songs we've listened to. I think what was interesting in My Dear Friend was also to hear those reverse sounds, like we could hear right at the end. No, come on now. Come on now. No. Come on. Work with me here. Yeah, right there, that's guitar. Okay, but listen to here, right at the end. Here right at the end, what's happening is that the sound of the piano goes, bah, and then they cut it, and then they flip it around, and then they play it backwards. Right at the end, a very interesting effect. This next one is called It's Time to Get to Work. Well, that was fun. This next one is called Hand-Picked Noise, Character Select. A very interesting collection of sounds that I'm assuming happens when you select your character. This next one is called Dark Ruin. Okay. Okay. Oh. Huh. Oh. 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 Okay, I'm going to point out one thing about this, but before I point that out, I want to say that I actually really, really like this piece of music. Very interesting. Like a lot of the stuff we've heard so far today in Disc 2, really original sounding stuff. The composer clearly had a very particular vision that they were executing on. So just to talk a little bit about the sort of chord progression that was implied there, from what I gathered, it was sort of like this. Sounds really nice, doesn't it? So it's like a B minor, then like a B, well, maybe not diminished. It really, it just like, it's more just like of a power chord, diminished power chord. And then going to a B minor in first inversion, and then going to a G major 7. Beautiful. All right, this next one is called Feel the Shock. Oh boy, what are we walking into? Oh, come on now. Again, 7-string guitar being used here. If not 8. So if you're drawing parallels to Doom, there's a reason why. Oh, wasn't that a double kick? Ah! Oh, that is sick. So whenever you hear things like this, here it comes. I'm gonna point it out. Wait for it. Wait for it. That. Bump, dum, bump, dum. You hear that? Bump, dum, bump, dum. Play it again. You hear that? One more time. Bump, dum. What's happening there is that the drummer not only is using one foot to play their lowest, largest drum, they're actually using both feet to go brrrah, brrrah, back and forth. And that's called a double kick drum. And it's because they actually have 2 pedals, one for their right foot, one for their left foot, that control 2 separate beaters that hit their lowest, largest drum. And that's really sick because you get all sorts of really fun combinations with speed that you just aren't really able to do with one foot at a time, though there are some drummers who have a right foot that is pretty sick, and they do all sorts of weird things like bouncing the beater back and forth to actually get things that kind of sound like this. But what you're hearing right there is a double kick. This next one is called Mysterious Stranger Returns. I predict augmented chords. Let's see what happens. There it is. There's our augmented chord right there. Now building and getting more mysterious. Oh, there it is again. Okay, very mysterious. Now, I did break this down in part 1, but I'm going to do a quick one here. One of the things that makes this sound so mysterious is the use of something called an augmented chord, which is that right there. Type a 1 in the chat if you think that this sounds mysterious. Ooh. Ooh. Whoa! So, that chord right there is just a mysterious, mysterious chord. Spooky, whoa. Type a 3 in the chat if you just got spooked. So, the whole thing is, it's actually very close to a not very spooky chord, but there's one note that makes the whole thing very spooky. So the chord that it's related to that is not spooky at all is a major triad. And this right here is just about as vanilla as chords get. Now, when I say vanilla, I mean fastball down the middle. I mean a tan Toyota Corolla. I mean khakis and socks and New Balance with a t-shirt tucked into the khakis. I mean, I don't know any other way to say this to you. That this chord is like straight down the middle, fastball, nothing really, yeah, I mean, it's great. Love it. It gives everything else, it's everywhere. But look, once we change one note, oh, all we did was change one note and all of a sudden it's spooky. So here it is. Fastball down the middle. Here it is, spooky. We're just changing one note. Unseasoned chicken breast. Thank you, Bob. That was perfect. I should have added that one in, but now we have it. Unseasoned chicken breast. Yes. This next one is, and the very fact that we've all, okay, can we just talk about how many of us know what unseasoned chicken breast tastes like? Because we've all at one point in our lives been hungry or tired enough. There was some cooked, unseasoned chicken breast in a vicinity that within our own vicinity that we went out of our way to eat over literally everything else we could have eaten. So I think that that's an interesting human experience that we all know how boring, well, not all of us, many of us know how boring unseasoned chicken breast can taste. This next one is called The Blood-Soaked Ground. I don't appreciate you bringing up that dark moment of my life, sir, says Malevolent Jester. I just got chicken flashbacks, said Sidney Jones. Vegetarian. I've had chicken ashes before. Yes, I still regret it, says Damien. That's pretty funny. Unseasoned chicken breast for our vegetarian brothers and sisters is like eating unseasoned tofu out of the package before you cook it. Not the soft tofu, not the silky tofu. Like that thick, chunky tofu. Like, and you have to drink the tofu water. What an intriguing piece of music. Huh. And I have no idea what that is. Is that someone laughing? Very interesting piece of music. Clearly, there's something's going on that's more important than the music at this point in time, because the music's kind of pulled back, scaled back. It's not that, well, there's not a lot happening in it. I mean, there are many things happening, but like it's not, you know, it's not like one of those dubsteppy things we listen to. So clearly some storytelling going on, something visually very important, because this is just providing context, probably, for what's happening in the game. Let's listen to this next one, which I have a feeling I'm going to have more to say on, because it has almost, well, 3 times the number of listens as this previous one here on the playlist that I'm using. This next one is called Divinity Statue. Let's check it out. I feel like we have heard something like this before. Legacy music. Shop music from every game prior. Shop music. Huh. Divinity statues are for upgrading your character. Interesting. Boy, I know what you're saying. Well, Sydney Jones, you say Celtic. I say Enya, who is, I believe, Irish, but not inherently Celtic in and of itself, I would say. But yes, definitely Enya-esque. Yeah, don't go. Nope. This reminds me of, I'm currently playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It's like I'm going everywhere to try and find the cool skills. I want like the Thor's hammer skill, yeah, the cool ones, and it's like, jump on someone. I'm like, no, I want that mythical stuff, man. A beautiful piece of music. I feel like we've heard some piano a little bit like it so far, but definitely unique, I think, so far in this soundtrack. Some interesting things. Someone was asking whether those vocals sounded Celtic. Now, I think what's interesting is that there's an Irish artist. I believe she's Irish. I'm sorry if I'm getting this wrong. But her name is Enya. E-N-Y-A. Enya. Listen to Sail Away. Sail away, sail away, and because she has so many iconic songs that are associated, I believe, with her Irishness, sometimes people think that sound is actually an Irish sound. Well, technically it comes from Ireland, but it's not like a traditional Irish sound, if that makes any sense. Like the way Enya sings is Enya. If that makes any sense. This next one is called More Fear. Let's check it out. Ha! Enya, that's funny. Orinoco Flow, yes. That's what Sail Away, Sail Away, that's the actual name of the song, is Orinoco Flow. Great memory, Adam the Average. think it'd be really fun if you had a butler just lean over. More fear, sir. No, not more fear. I feel like that might be setting us up for the next one, which is called Unavoidable Despair, which is like when my girlfriend wants to go get sushi, and I know I'm going to eat sushi. I'm kidding. I love eating sushi. We had a despair joke about it, and it doesn't matter. If you watch from the beginning of the stream, you're in on the sushi joke. If you're wondering what's going on, go back to the beginning of the stream, and then you'll be in on the sushi joke, and it'll all make sense. The next one is called Unavoidable Despair. Let's check it out. Oh, love it. Oh, love it. Oh, love it. Yes, please. Oh, that's a new feature. Sui says ads. Oh. Okay, so a couple really interesting things in this Unavoidable Despair piece I'd like to point out, and that is the use of the strings. So first, when the violins and violins came in here, they're building in there. What was before this part? Well. Anyway, the strings. Sounded fantastic and really brought it to the next level. Now, strings are going to be instruments like violins, violas, cellos, and basses. Now, basses come in many shapes and forms, so I'm going to clarify which type of bass, and I mean the stand-up bass, or the double bass, or the contrabass, not to be confused with the electric bass guitar, or indeed the acoustic bass guitar, even though they are tuned oftentimes the same way and have the same number of strings some of the time. This next one is called Perfect Timing. Let's do it. Shout out to Joe, bro. Thank you. Whoa. Ba-da-da-ba-da. Guys, I just heard a theme from Final Fantasy. Listen. Da-ba-da-ba-da. That was Final Fantasy, right? Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-da. That was Final Fantasy. Am I wrong? Someone. Was that Final Fantasy right there? Come on, chat. Oh, there's a slight delay. Anyone? I just sang Final Fantasy, right? That was fine. I'm not misremembering. We'll give it a second. We're going to get there. Final Fantasy 7. Okay. Final Fantasy. All right. Okay. That's wild. That's wild. We actually had a Final Fantasy 7 moment right there at the end. Wild. Huh. That is fascinating. This next one is called This I Like, Devil May Cry Office. Oh yeah, come on, guitar. What's funny is it sounds like a band playing in the garage. Well, that was, number one, a pretty good guitar solo, but also a little rough around the edges in the way a garage band would be. So a very authentic garage type sound there from the Devil May Cry Office soundtrack. This one is called Dead Tired by Hiromitsu Maeba. Let's do it. Ooh, fascinating. Almost like Opeth here. Huh. Again, stuttering. Yes, James, don't tap your hands over your ears because you can actually hurt your eardrums. But if you lift your hands away from your ears, you also get a similar effect. Okay, so something I wanted to actually point out in this one, which was really interesting. It's right around here. We're going to find it. Yeah, this right here. Oh my gosh. All right, let's do it again. It is. It's like, oh, it's wild. It's so original. You just don't hear stuff like that every day. So cool. Such a fascinating piece of art. This next one is called Anarchy in the UW remix intro. Yeah, more stutter. And when you get the full remix, 3, 2, go. Okay, another delightful mix and a meeting of that dubstep thing, that really hard techno sound with really, well, metal, which is that hard guitar sound, and coming together to create, I mean, wow. We have one more song of this, but I just want to say, it's so fun to be able to go in and discover such new perspectives on sound and music with these new soundtracks. Like, I've never heard stuff like this before, and I never would have heard stuff like this had I not come and listened. So thank you all so much for joining me on this journey. I really appreciate it. So stoked we could all do this together. And thanks for hanging out. Let's listen to this next one, which is going to be our last one for today, which is called Beyond Defeat, which is technically D-Toes. Yet another really interesting piece of music that's telling a story in a way that I've never heard music used to tell a story before. To point out one thing, just the use of those vocals towards the end. Like that, and how it turns into a scream afterwards, and the distortion and the effects just on that one piece. It's fascinating. Like I said, I've never heard anything quite like that before in my life. We're going to start with, how do you like this Dante mission? Let's check it out. Okay, so obviously something new. I think what is interesting is we heard really sort of three things. We heard that intro bit, then things got very unsettling with the notes that were being used, especially in the guitar. We had this real feeling of, uncertainty, unsettled, this sort of thing. And then in the second, it was like thirds. It was like one of those, when you get those ice cream things and it's like chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry. And for everyone living outside of the U.S. who only has vanilla, well, I mean, like I don't know about that, but like I've been to Europe and like the ice cream choices are not like they are here. Anyway, besides the point. And then in that third part, it's like a little bit rock, the metal, that guitar solo thing. So I think what's going to be interesting to see is in this disc 3, it starts off with a 3-part piece of music, and perhaps we're going to hear pieces of music that fall into those 3 categories of things. So the first was kind of this ambient thing. The second was unsettling. The third was rock/metal. And interesting, we didn't hear any dubstep in this, so I wonder if we'll be having any of those dubstep influences as we go forward. The next one is called The World is Screaming, version 1. I scream, you scream, we all. Here we go. I love the rhythm from the strings. We heard quite a lot of that in Ace Combat 7. And so what's happening is the strings oftentimes are just hanging out on one note. But it's, oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful. I mean, it sounds a little bit like right there, those high arpeggios sound like, is that Winter by Vivaldi? Or is it Fall by Vivaldi? Or it has that really sick violin solo in it. I'm not saying that high minor arpeggios on a violin are mutually exclusive to that, but having that high, one of Vivaldo from Quattro Stagioni, the Four Seasons. Oh goodness. So I was immediately disproven my theory of there going to be 3 different sort of things we were going to hear in this third disc that started off with a 3-part piece. It's nice. It sounds really cool. Not reality, though. As we get here from this first piece, driven a lot by the strings being violin, viola, cellos, and acoustic, basses, upright basses, contrabasses, however you would like to call them. One of the interesting things throughout this piece was how even when certain strings were not sort of playing the melody, they were really holding down a lot of the energy through repetition and through repeated rhythms. So even right there, bum, 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 bum. Yeah. And then creating this, it's almost like looking at like a mountain range of what's happening just within the strings themselves, because you have one string playing here, strings playing here, and then how all those rhythms overlap and intertwine. That's really what makes that piece, I mean, so exciting to listen to, and that's what gives you that feeling of energy. It's this overlapping rhythms and everything working together. This next one is called Subhuman. I'm going to specify the version. It's called Game Edit. Let's check it out. Come on. Come on.
As I stare into the eyes of the coming apocalypse, I see them reaching for my soul. I cannot erupt, I must control. I cannot erupt, I must explode. But the other mind tries to sink me deeper as the evil tries to turn me around. I will not falter, shout at the devil as I bury them 6 feet underground. The hours trapped in window panes, asking all life here deep. The hardness riding, wanting thoughts of this crumbling world.
Yeah, dubstep, come on.
Subhuman, you cannot kill me, I cannot eat from you.
So that was a pretty heavy song. Now, while this song was playing, I actually ran a poll asking everyone who's watching during the live if they are a Lamb of God fan. And we had 63% of people answer, yes, they are a Lamb of God. Now, if you're wondering what Lamb of God has to do with this, Lamb of God is actually a band that makes music that is, well, honestly, kind of similar to this. In my opinion, maybe I prefer Lamb of God to this, but it's like it's in that similar vein, like really, really heavy guitars, and then that sort of really aggressive sort of scream sound on top of it with vocals. So I think what's interesting here is to hear that type of music being mixed again with dubstep sounds. That wobbly bass creates for such an interesting soundscape that I have not heard outside of Devil May Cry, and I'm hoping we get to hear a little bit more because, gosh, it is so cool every time it comes around. Let's run to our next one, which is called The World is Screaming version 2. Welcome to everyone joining us. Interesting piano sound too. Lots of low end taken out of it. Building the riff now. Now we're hearing that similar thing the strings were doing a couple songs ago. They're holding the rhythm down on one note. Oh yes, because we heard The World is Screaming. No duh. I'm remembering The World is Screaming. Version 1. Okay, so one thing I want to point out here is the use of octaves. Now, we can hear dom bum 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 ba dum. We hear that riff, right? I'm going to call it a riff, or we call it a gesture, whatever. And right there, you hear the difference there? How there's that higher thing on top of it. So it's two different notes, but they kind of match. And those notes are called octaves. And so we heard that sort of gesture, that idea the first time, and then the second time we heard it with an octave up. Now, if any of you are into producing or writing your own music, you can always do that as a little tool for, well, building excitement or reusing the same idea, presenting again and making it feel a little different. just add an octave on top or on the bottom. You can hear singers like David Bowie go into choruses and actually put an octave down on their vocals as opposed to an octave up. But David Bowie's kind of the exception that proves the rule. Super creative. If you look at artists like David Bowie, Lady Gaga, just hyper creative artists, both inside of music and outside of music, the way they dress, all that good stuff. Really cool. This next one is called Pitch Dark. Let's check it out. Well, here's the creepy part. Creepy. Creep me, you creepy. And there, so we're hearing recycled motifs from The World is Screaming. We hear bom bom bong gom baga gong with different notes. Same idea though. Okay, yeah. Okay. All right, so really interestingly, okay, we're actually hearing things coming out of The World is Screaming and now being used in other songs. So in Pitch Dark, we heard om bom bom gom bugga gom, which was an idea from The World is Screaming, but we heard it with different notes, but with the same gesture of like low to high notes, different notes, same rhythm. And then right here at the end, with the strings we're doing bugga dugga dugum, bugga dugga dugum, we're hearing that now done again, but with voices. Yeah, right there. So we actually hear the shugga-dugga-dum in the strings, in the violins and violas, perhaps the cellos, in both The World is Screaming 1 and 2. So let's look out for those two little, we'll just call them motifs for now. They might be leitmotifs, but I don't know because I don't know if they're associated with a person, place, or thing. So we'll call them motifs. We're going to keep our ears sharpened and on the lookout for those two themes coming back, because as soon as we've seen a composer reuse a theme once, they might reuse it again. So let's take a look at for the rest of Disc 3, and if we remember in Disc 4 and 5, to see those themes, well, those motifs from that theme, reused and changed and flipped around and just creatively expounded upon. Let's check out Disgust. Oh, ba 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 ba. We just heard major third there for a moment, if I'm not mistaken. Which we heard all the way in disc 1 2 times. We heard those little major thirds dropped in there. It's a dangerous place to go along. Take this OST. Ah! My goodness. I really hope you're reading the chat because that was really funny. Someone says, Dan looks like an NPC about to give you a quest. So I wrote, oh, help me. Oh, help. Please help. My brother hasn't been home in 2 days. He said he was going to the Southern Road. Zaikaze then says, it's dangerous to go alone. Take this OST. That's hilarious. That is really, really, honestly funny. Hey, I gotta be honest with you. I got so caught up with that really funny stuff going on in chat. I don't have too much to say about what we just heard, other than it was kind of atmosphere. And let's go to the next, which is called Voltaic Black Knight Introduction, which goes straight into Voltaic Black Knight. So I'm just going to let it play through both, and then I'll talk after track number 8 of this third disc. A record playing game. Oh, interesting. sounds like brass in there, not doubling that. Like second riff that's happening right now. It's like two riffs happening on top of each other, right? Okay. A couple of really interesting things there. So it got really heavy, but also like a lot of the heavy songs we heard so far in this OST, it had this pop element to it. So when it went to the chorus section, well, what would be the chorus if we'd had a singer instead it was a guitar playing the melody, it really did feel, well, quite sort of rock pop. Could have been something on the radio in like, I don't know, 2000s? 2005? Something like that. There was a lot of stuff with that kind of thing. Anyway, and that's really my high-level comment on this song is that beautiful transition of how heavy the sort of verse sections were, and then going into that beautiful, beautiful poppy chorus. On top of that, that same exact tool that we heard being used in both the World of Screaming version 1 and World of Screaming version 2, where you had the strings sort of being dugga-da-gump, jigga-jigump, but I don't remember what it is now. But you had one part of the strings holding down a set rhythm with like one note, maybe two notes, maybe three notes, but having this repeated pattern and then other things happening on top of it. We heard that same technique, that same tool being used here as well when we had the really low guitar just going or whatever it was doing, and then on top of that having that second riff. So it's almost like two things happening at the same time, and it's the juxtaposition between those two things happening at the same time that really creates the sound and really gives it the feeling. This next one is called It Becomes Cavaliere. Okay, It Becomes Cavaliere. Let's check out It Becomes Cavaliere. Okay, that was an interesting little thing. You know what that's like? That's like the appetizer at a restaurant. If you've ever been to an Italian restaurant and they bring you out some fresh, hot bread with some olive oil that, okay, now, here's where it really gets tricky, right? Because sometimes they bring out olive oil and it doesn't have any Parmesan or salt in it. It's like it's really good olive oil. And the whole point is that like the olive oil is so good, you just have it with the bread. But I gotta be honest with you, even when the olive oil is amazing, having some cheese, like some Parmesan grated into that olive oil, that's really up my alley, man. But that's exactly what that was like. It was a little amuse-bouche. I'm very interested to hear what happens next. This one is called V's Beginning. Let's check it out. not quite sure what they were saying there. Sounded to me like "Qu'est-ce que c'est beau, on va sortir," which is not grammatically correct. So I'm pretty sure it's not French. Probably Latin. Whenever people want to be dramatic, they tend to put vocals in Latin because, well, it just sounds very dramatic. Again, this seems to me to be like we have quite a few songs coming up that seems like they're under 2 minutes. So I have a feeling that a lot of these are going to be kind of like what we just heard. It's incidental music. It's behind something. It's giving context to something. So what I think I'll do is the next 2 songs are both under 40 seconds. So I'm going to let them play through and then maybe talk about the difference between the two. Let's check it out. This one is called Dance with Cavaliere. Cavaliere. Yeah, exactly. Sephiroth. Oh, that was sick. Okay, so in Dance with Cavaliere, we heard, it says Dance with Cavaliere, I thought we were going to hear like a waltz. We sure didn't. That was a beautiful riff. I'd love to hear that riff come back again. That was awesome. This next one is called Breakneck Predator, really just sort of more sound effects. So we're just going to jump to the next one, which is called Legacy Instrumental Version. Let's check it out. See, this is what I thought Dance with Cavaliere was going to be. In a contrapuntal style, if you will. Well, not really contrapuntal, but yeah, you know what I mean. This song is in 3/4. Oh. So a beautiful piece. Something that was very interesting was the way we heard the time being played, which we've not heard a lot. About this OST where things slow down just a moment, then they're back, or they speed up for just a moment, and then they're back. We heard it a couple times with these little breaths where the whole ensemble, that means ensemble is everyone playing at the same time, was like, they took a breath and then they went into it. And literally, sometimes what you do is you take a breath and then you keep playing there. So really beautiful, playing with time. First time I think we've heard in this entire OST them really play with time. This next one is called Birthplace. Huh. So almost connected to Legacy. Reharmonization, played on the piano. Oh, now something totally different. This is still the same song. Okay, I'm gonna guess what's happening here. It sounds to me like, okay, I'm gonna give you my theories one at a time. Theory number one is a character is returning to their birthplace they have fond memories of, only to find it destroyed or somehow vandalized. Part of the hero's journey is while the hero's away, home falls apart, and then they come back just like the hobbits with the Shire and everything. Second option is someone was already in the destroyed place and they knew it was destroyed, but they were just having a recall moment of remembering their childhood there, and then they came back to it. But are either one of those theories close to what is happening there? Or am I totally off? While we wait for chat, this next one is called The Demon's Face. Theory 2 is spot on. Fantastic. It's the Final Fantasy thing again. Oh, listen. Final Fantasy 7 coming at you for the second time in this OST. And there it is again. Huh. Straight into the next one, Unwavering Bravery. Okay, so very interesting because I think if I'm not, I may be mistaken here, but I feel like this is kind of the most like Final Fantasy-ish sounding one we've heard in a while, in the sense that the rock guitar or the metal guitar, as the case may be, was not really a driving force. We didn't have any dubstep here. This seemed a much more kind of straightforward. I'm assuming this is a boss fight because it sounds very dramatic. But very interesting to hear this change from everything pretty much that we've heard up to this point. This next one is called 0000, as in the time code for the start of something, by Kota Suzuki. Let's check it out. So another piece where, again, it's kind of this sort of cutscene type music where there isn't a lot going on in terms of what's being presented in terms of musical ideas. I did find it very interesting to hear this transition between this sort of atmosphere thing going on here, that then it turns into this. And what's interesting, too, about the mix here in this second sort of, well, we'll call it the last third of the song, is the use of, if I'm not mistaken, some electronic elements in the background mixed in with the orchestra to give it a, not more full, but like this kind of shinier sound. Not shiny as in like high-end shiny, but it's kind of this floaty, more airy kind of quality. This next one is called Dr. Faust. So some interesting connections. We've seen Dante. Of course, Dante wrote Dante's Inferno. And Dr. Faust, Faust was someone who made a bargain with the devil. And if I'm not mistaken, Faust was in Dante's Inferno. Anyway, let's check out Dr. Faust. And the whole thing was, you know how like in the book of Job, God and Lucifer make a wager that, God could punish Job as much as he wanted to, and he would never like forsake God. Like that was the whole thing. It was like this contest, like see how committed Job was. A little masochistic, but hey, that's how the story goes. And that sort of idea of the bargain, you can also see a lot. People call it a devil's bargain. You hear Robert Johnson says he goes down to the crossroads to make a deal with the devil. And so whether you believe in this metaphysical idea of an actual entity, the devil, or whether you look at it from the perspective of you are making a deal with yourself or with a darker part of yourself to do things you wouldn't do otherwise, it's interesting to see these characters being brought up in this piece of music in terms of deals being made with, well, darker things. Let's check out Dr. Faust. This was not at all what I was expecting. Like straight up fun. Well, that was fun. All right, this next one is called A Piece of Cake. Huh. Yes, our stutter coming back for, I believe, the first time this entire third disc. Oh, and a direct transition. So hang on, we're going to talk about Piece of Cake for a moment. So in Piece of Cake, which, by the way, sorry, I didn't announce because I think it had a seamless transition from Dr. Faust. I think what's really interesting, listen to the sound at the end. It sounds kind of like bubbles. Here it is. It kind of sounds like that. Really interesting sound. I'm honestly not sure how they made that. This next one is called Same Old, Same Old. Let's get after it. There's so much going on just in the basses underneath all this. So in same old, we can hear the guitar doing, well, some of the same old that we've been hearing it do for a little bit, which is sort of hanging out, doing one idea over and over again, and everything else happening on top of it. Now, at the beginning of this song, there's so much going on in the bass. Oh my gosh, that you could just completely walk by and not even hear if you don't have headphones on. If you don't have headphones on, you might not even be hearing what's going on here. Oh my gosh. Like, man, if you don't have headphones, you're missing so much. By the way, put some headphones on when you listen to this. This next one is called Sick. So you know, the use of harmonics, high notes, trying to make it sound really, really kind of creepy and off kilter and unsure of what's going to happen next. And let's see what does happen next. This next one is called Three Gosh Darn Hags. Let's check it out. Very dark and spooky bass here. There's no way this is a boss fight. This has to be a cutscene, right? I'm assuming we're meeting 3 hags, which are kind of like the Norns or the Fates. Isn't it wild how many different cultures have the idea of the 3 hags in them? It's kind of crazy. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, Cerberus, 3 heads. I see what you're saying. Interesting. Huh. And I suppose if you think about, and again, this is pushing it, but if you think about Brahma having three faces, right? And having the sort of the trinity of the Hindu culture. So, Brahma creates, Vishnu sustains, Shiva destroys. It's interesting. This sort of 3 thing that humans we seem to come up with wherever we go. This one is called Faded Tone G. And then, of course, the Christian Trinity, too. Like, the idea of 3, but 1, you know? So interestingly enough, this song is called Faded Tone A in the key of F sharp minor, which is, well, was in the key of F sharp minor, the relative minor of A major. We'll let it play straight into Faded Tone C, and then I'll give my comments on the Faded Tone series. Again, F sharp minor, so I don't think the G, A, and C have anything to do with the key.
Let the beat drop.
Now A minor. Okay, so what was interesting is, well, we've heard a lot of dubstep, which is a subgenre of the sort of umbrella genre of EDM. EDM is electronic dance music. Now, what we heard in both Faded Tone G, A, and C were other elements of dance music that you could hear in, I've heard those elements in everything from techno to like synth pop, which are all subgenres of EDM. So I think it's interesting to hear a sort of dance-inspired sound, but without that wobbly dubstep bass that we've heard throughout a lot of disc 1 and 2, but only once and maybe twice here in disc 3. So obviously there's many songs, there's many different colors, many different genres being pulled from for inspiration here. But very interesting to hear this new sort of feeling and new genre of EDM being explored here with Faded Tone G, A, and C, which I believe is General Anakin Chocolate is the correct term for that. Anyway, this next one is called Critical Moment. So it sounds like another cutscene. A lot of high drama here. What makes it so dramatic is, well, a couple things. Number one, it's the speed. Number two, it's the tremolo in the strings. And what a tremolo is when you play the same note or multiple notes over and over again very, 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 very fast. So you can hear here, but there's going very, 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 very fast. Another thing that ups the ante and makes this feel, well, so critical, if you will. It's like right under that. So under the you hear this tremolo going on underneath it. So that tremolo it creates tension. So you feel the tension happening throughout the piece of music. And of course, we had that. Where was that modulation? Yeah, I mean, things like this, which is a combination of strings and woodwinds. Just creates a lot of tension. This next one is called Hellish Gimmick. Let's check it out. Oh yeah, here's a stutter back again. Come on. Let's go now.
What? Let's go now.
modulation. It's like Dory speaking whale from Finding Nemo. I don't know if this is the right crowd for that example, but you get it. I'm like, do you guys like Lamb of God? Yes. So you know that movie Finding Nemo. Sounding a lot like Disc 1 here. We talked about this a lot in Disc 1, this kind of sandpaper sound, sort of like driving a car over gravel. Okay, so actually I have an interesting thing to talk about after this. Okay, so what I want to point out here is that one of the main musical ideas in Hellish Gimmick that we heard was now, the notes we're using there are 1, 5, and 6, and because we're using minor, it's going to be flat 6 or lowered 6. Now, what we heard in Disc 1 was... So, Hellish Gimmick, and there's this whole idea, at least in Christianity, of the devil inverting things, and the whole idea is that it's evil is inherently the sort of the upside down, if you will, a Stranger Things idea concept there for you. It's like the inversion of things is somehow corrupting them or making them evil or making them bad. And so I think what's interesting here, this is called Hellish Gimmick, and we heard an idea previously, which was 1, 6, 5, 1. Wrong key. 1, 6, 5, 1. And what we're hearing now is 1, 5, 6. But it's inverting it both by interval. The order of the notes. So it's going 1, 6, 5. It's going 1, 5, 6. Then it's also inverted in a second way, in that instead of going up for 1, 6, 5, it's going 1, 5, 6. It's going down for 5 and 6. That's below the one which, in and of itself, if you think of the upside down, is an inversion. So, some interesting connections there. This next one is called Diabolical Incantation. This is very dissonant. You know what they're saying?
I'm so hungry, feed me chicken.
I love that dubstep thing in there. Oh! Alright. I'm gonna break this down. Okay, so many things make this feel, well, diabolical. Number one, the singing being slightly out of tune with the strings. Number two, having that deep sort of chanting sound with the accompanying vocals on top. There's so many things going on in this just to make it dissonant, just to make it very, well, frottant. What's the word? Friction. A lot of friction. Perhaps we're going to have an even more frictionful version. Next up is Diabolical Incantation Chaotic version. So let's see what happens here. Oh my goodness, those drums are bit crushed. Oh my gosh. This is chaotic. Okay, hear me out on this. Have you ever been to a... Okay, so, have you been to, a Korean restaurant that also does Japanese sushi? And at that Korean restaurant where they do Japanese sushi, they have those specialty rolls where it's like you get a shrimp that's wrapped in fish, that's wrapped in rice, that's wrapped in nori, that's wrapped in more fish, that's covered with vegetables and like salmon roe and like sauces, and then the whole thing is deep fried, and then on top of that is more fish and crab, and it's like, what am I eating? That's kind of like exactly what this piece makes me think of. It's like the sushi roll that went too far. If you know what I mean, it's like it's the sushi roll that went too far. It like had so much going on in it. It truly was a chaotic experience. That was wild. Let's listen to our last one for today, which is called Reckoning. Before we do that, I do not run ads. I did not stop any time during this, so I'm just going to ask you for one thing. If you are a gamer and you'd like to understand more about music theory, there's a course that I made for you to be able to read, write, understand music, and break down 10 awesome game themes. That is in the description. Go check it out. I think you're gonna love it. It's phenomenal. It uses my music theory book, which went #1 bestseller on Amazon. You actually get a free copy of the book with the course and a bunch of other amazing bonuses. So go check that out. This next one is called Reckoning. Wild. Okay, so one more piece we had here at the very end with, again, this kind of sound effects thing going on where it's clearly giving context to something else going on. Bury the Light. We're going to go all the way through to Bury the Light, so make sure you hang out from now all the way through to the end of the stream. We're going to do a whole bunch of music today, ladies and gentlemen, so buckle in and let's get this thing rocking and rolling. With Gatekeeper Unleashed, we're going to be doing a selection of discs 4, 5, and the special edition today. Here we go. Gatekeeper Unleashed. Let's do this thing. Well, if that's not ominous and foreboding, or shouldn't I say omnibus and let's go boating, I don't know what is. This next one is called Roar, Roar, Roar. Yeah, roar, roar. I don't even know what to call that. Is it like glitch core, maybe? I mean, listen, I was talking about the connection between dubstep and metal. You know, in the sense it's like kind of hard, and like you headbang to both of them, kinda, right? This is like the Swedish death metal of dance music. It's like so hard. It's like so ignorant. It's so just like aggressively in your face and will not quit. So much going on there too. Like the use of the stuttering. I mean, there's one moment back in here. Just the panning of everything going back and forth. I mean, wow. What a piece of art. I can honestly say I've never heard anything like that before. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard anything like that before in my life. That was wild. That was wild. Really just how aggressive that music was. This next one is called Undeniable Fate. Thought I was about to head into Kashmir by Led Zeppelin. Okay, so there's a reason why I was giggling during this very serious music, and I'm going to show you why. Here it is right here. I'm going to play it for you, then I'm going to explain it to you. That sound there. Ba, 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 but it sounds like this. Boing, boing, boing. That sound right there, right at the top. It's higher than I just. Boing, up there. Oh, I changed the notes. But look, okay, so someone in the chat was like, hey, hang on a second. Are there bagpipes being played in this piece? I was like, no, unless I'm like, there's a pipe organ. And then this thing played again, and I understood why the person asked if there's bagpipes. So what that sound is like an old-fashioned way. Okay, so look. Over the history of synthesizers are like keyboards, right? But you can make them sound like pretty much any instrument. Now, how accurate of an instrument representation they sound like has evolved greatly over the years. Now, you go back to like the 80s, 70s, 80s, and this is what brass instruments sound. This is like trumpets. That's like trumpets from the 80s or 90s, maybe. And so I'm laughing because it's so wild to hear a composer using an old-fashioned way of representing real instruments. But the way they're using it here is actually very interesting because it creates a whole new texture. It's a whole new flavor. It's like patchouli oil coming back into fashion. It's like we had patchouli oil in like the 60s and everyone thought it was for hippies. And like now you're really kind of hip if you have patchouli oil. So it's cool to see that these sort of scents or these tastes or these flavors or these sounds from a long time ago coming back now, but they're recycled in a way where it's totally new, it's totally different. You really wouldn't expect it. Very interesting to hear that sound here. An Undeniable Fate. Okay. This next one is called, Undeniable Fate, Rush Percussion Version. I wonder if there's going to be drums in this one. Let's find out. By the way, I didn't say, if this is your first time joining, I've never heard this music before. This is my first time reacting to all of it. I have no preparation, no prior knowledge. Everything I say, do, talk about, breakdowns off the top of my head in the moment from one single listen. Let's keep it going with Undeniable Fate, Rush Percussion Version. Here we go. Oh yeah, come on now. Oh, get groovy with it. Get jiggy with it. Oh, delightful. Okay. All right. So a couple interesting things here. Number one, this delightful little thing. Where the digga, that like a tempo inside a tempo, playing with time like that. Love that effect. Now, I just asked in chat if there were any audio engineers. Now, I'm not saying that this is an exclusive skill to audio engineers, but something going on in this track is called clipping. Now, A reverb. Oh, okay. So Rodolato says reverb, I believe. Okay, but here's the thing. I'm going to explain what clipping is because it's possible. In these headphones, it sounds to me like clipping, but this is not definitive. This is not a definitive call. This is a hypothesis. So basically, what you can hear is some slight distortion and crackling. It's really on the dunk. You can hear it crackles a little bit. It's almost like a static sound. And so when we hear that static sound, that is typically something called clipping. Now, clipping occurs because, well, the way we make music louder is actually really fascinating. I'm not going to go too deep into it, but I'm going to give you a brief overview. So basically, music can be a 0 or it can be 100. It cannot go to 101. It physically cannot. If it goes to 101, what happens is it starts to distort, but it doesn't actually ever go louder than 100. And so what we're hearing here is music that is trying to go past 100. It's trying to go to 101. It's trying to go to 102. It's trying to go to 103. It wants to be louder, but it physically cannot be louder. And the result of that is something called clipping, where you hear a little bit of static, a little bit of that kind of a sound on top of it. But I'm sure we'll get confirmation from some audio engineers, and perhaps when Rodolato is back in the office with their fancy setup where they can hear all the super small details. Okay. Real interesting piece. A lot of percussion. Sure was a percussion version, much like the Rush percussion version we heard, I believe, in disc 1 or disc 2, where it was kind of like the same idea of a song, but tons of drums. Drums are percussion. There's also other instruments that are percussion as well, like clave, cabasa, cowbell is percussion. Slap your hands together. It's percussive instruments. Okay. Let's move forward, rocking and rolling onto grill. Oh, now I'm going to get hungry. Please. I didn't even have to make a food metaphor. It's right here for me. Grilled tandoori smoke. You expect me to hold focus for the rest of this when I'm thinking about tandoori chicken? Oh my gosh. Oh, Indian food. Here we go. Do you eat it with a papadum? Do you eat it with a naan? Gutter garlic naan. Butter garlic. Gutter garlic. That's like Rammstein. Let's go. Now, I love the way these drums are mixed here. There's a beautiful pocket for those toms up to the right. I have only one complaint about the song, and that was it was too short. I would love to hear extrapolations and because there were so many tight ideas in this. All right, so something to point out here. You hear that sound? Oh my goodness. And then juxtapose that electronic thing with like this Rammstein kind of groove. By the way, if you're not familiar with Rammstein, check out Du Hast by Rammstein. It is, I mean, I think it might be like, perhaps like, I don't know, eating at a really good, like you should do it at least once in your life. Like listen, I'll do a little bit of Du Hast. Like it's, yeah. Okay. But I think what's interesting here is that throughout this Devil May Cry 5 soundtrack, we've heard a lot of times dubstep being mixed with metal guitar or hard rock guitar. And what we're hearing here is truly metal guitar. Like there's no way I'm going to call that hard rock. That's metal guitar mixed with this harder techno sound that is not dubstep. So very interesting to hear again this mix and match between a dance genre and then a hard rock or metal genre being brought together to create this again very unique sound. I've never heard anything like this before in my life. This next one is called Silent Siren, which is like the tasteless food. What's the point of this silent siren? Is that like the little engine that could? Like we're gonna need to write a children's book to inspire people about how the silent siren felt bad for the sailors and didn't want to like lure them in like to their deaths upon the shore. And then the whole like it's the children's book for sirens to like teach little sirens that it's okay to lure sailors to their death. Perhaps. All right, here we go. Silent Siren. Here too. I love this like brass hitting it in. Oh my gosh. Like right here, these are hard rock chords, not metal chords. Huh. Okay. All right, so a couple interesting things to point out. So again, we're hearing this mix between a dance genre and metal genre. Now, I wouldn't quite call this industrial. Industrial is a very particular type of metal where you do indeed have electronic influences, but like this went to like a core, like a pop chorus type thing. Now, why I said those chords were hard rock chords as opposed to metal chords is because I'm categorizing bands like AC/DC as hard rock and not as metal, whereas I'm categorizing bands like Megadeth and Metallica as metal. So like, like reasonably you could see AC/DC doing something like that. That's not a Metallica thing. A Metallica thing is a... Yeah, something like that. You see, so the difference there being that now not only are we seeing that we're playing with metal and dance genres, but now actually branching out into hard rock combined with dance genres. And I wonder if there's some kind of significance to the game of an element of like old analog something. Well, I'm not saying all metal's old, but like, you know what I mean? It was invented in like the 80s. So like an old analog thing versus like a new techno thing and some combination between the two. I can't help but wonder if there's something like that in the game, considering how much we're seeing now. Like we saw a little bit up to this point. It was mainly dubstep and like metal, but now we're seeing such a branching off and such a extrapolating on it. I can't help but wonder if there's something something more to this, something symbolic about this, or perhaps it's just a cool genre that, you know, they're rock and rolling with. This next one is called Psycho machine. Incidentally, that was my name in 2nd grade. Here we go. So a journey through also dance genres. Like we had moments where it was dubsteppy, moments where it felt like EDM, and then moments where it did feel like industrial. Like here, this to me is industrial. But then here, it's like definitely EDM and like poppy EDM at that. But at the same time, you hear dun, 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 those metal guitars in the background. What a wild, wild combination of things coming together. I mean, if any of you are into like writing your own music or want to write your own OSTs and stuff like that, just looking at this as an example of taking two completely different things, bringing them together to create something new, this is huge. And honestly, really cool. This next one is called The Duel Introduction, followed straight by The Duel. So we're going to listen through both, and then I'll give my commentary. I want to say something about the Duel that I think summarizes all the discs, all the music we've heard so far at Devil May Cry 5. One of the really awesome things about video game music is that it does not have to stand alone. What I mean by that is this. When you have a band, let's take a phenomenal band with great musicians in it, like Dream Theater. When Dream Theater makes an album, the music needs to stand on its own in the sense that each song needs to tell you a complete story. It needs to be a complete journey in and of itself, whereas the music with video games can take certain liberties that you would not necessarily do with a commercial release. Now, that being said, the reason I bring that up is because you hear the genre shifts in this one song. It was like 4 different genres in 3 minutes. Now, I'm not saying you could not do that as a commercial artist. Harder to do that as commercial artists. But what's really cool is to be able to hear music where people are able to push boundaries in a way that honestly I've not heard. I mean, I'm sure there's people out there. By the way, qualifier. I'm sure there's people out there who are pushing boundaries left and right and doing absolutely insane things, right? But they may not be super mainstream or as well known as bands that kind of do a genre and do that genre well. So listening to a piece of music like this, where we hear the journey from this to this to like this orchestral thing here, then coming back to this, and sure, there's elements that connect the whole thing together, like the glitchy drums, the metal guitar, but even the guitar sound changes a little bit from time to time. But just to hear so many different flavors being presented in one thing, and honestly, I love it. Also, I would love to listen to this just as music. So, interesting that when you have a video game, sometimes you can perhaps take more liberties than you would otherwise. Very cool, thoroughly enjoyed. This next one is called Massive Power. Because, as they say, with massive power comes like so much responsibility, bro. Here we go. Reverse organ, perhaps. Okay, see, even with this song, all right, so we have these moments, really cool texture, where it's like, we have these drums breaking down, and then these wub 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 stutter things, followed by strings, almost like orchestra hits, right? And then how does it end up? It ends up like you're in a Disney castle, like it's the start of a Disney movie, and you're like going in to see like Snow White, like you're like zooming in on a castle. Hang on. Come on. Like, right, you're zooming on the castle. It's almost like Hogwartsian, right? Like with the harp going, doing those huge, big, yeah, it's glissando. Oh, gosh. Oh, the name's escaping my brain. When you have a chord and you put the wavy line next to it and you play the notes one at a time, called, I'll remember it later. All right. That was really cool. This next one is called Your Legacy. Is ready for pickup, as is your Forester, as is your Outback. It's a Subaru joke. That's what makes a Subaru a Subaru. Here we go. Your legacy. Suss that chord, then bring it home. Okay. Beautiful piece. I'm gonna break one piece of music theory down for you. And this is when the chord is indeed sus. And no, it's not a meme, but check this out. Alright, listen to this. That harmony note changing from what we're doing here. It's like we're going up a scale. Now, scale is like we count to, for now, we'll call it a pentachord. We can count to 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a chord is when we play 1, 3, and 5. It's a major chord altogether. Now, so going 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5 all together at the same time. Now, what we're going to do is instead of doing 1, 3, 5, we're going to do 1, 4, 5. That's a sus4 chord. So legacy. And so you do sus4, and sus4 resolves down to the triad. This next one is called improv. Also, the string sounded really nice in that piece. This one is called Improvisation for Violin on the main theme, Legacy. Ooh, violin improvisation, sign me up. Let's do this thing. So a really beautiful piece, honestly, really well played. One thing that's really cool to hear here is I believe this technique is called double stops. And that's where a violinist, a violist, or a cellist, or indeed a double bassist, is going to be playing two strings at the same time to actually create harmony. So what harmony is when you have more than one note at the same time. What's a note? A note is a pitch. A pitch is like ba or ba or ba. And when you have two of those at the same time, that's called harmony. Right there. You hear that? Two notes. So here's one note at a time. Two notes. Two notes. One note. Trill. Beautiful trill. Oh, beautiful. And by playing two notes at the same time, the violinist is actually able to create a lot more tension and resolution. That's what, by the way, keeps you interested in listening to music. Typically, it's tension and resolution. And because there's two notes at the same time, the violinist can highlight and create more tension and a more satisfying resolution to actually keep attention and make the whole thing, well, take the whole thing to the next level. This next one is called Silver Bullet, but I won't be playing it because I'm a werewolf and I don't mess with things like that. Just kidding. Here we go. Silver Bullet. Let's do it. Oh, they're sampling from Devil Trigger. The vocals. Yeah. The vocals are sampling from... Oh, it's cool. All right, I'm going to be honest with you here. This is probably my favorite, not the favorite song, but my favorite part of a song for this entire OST up to this point is this groove right here. Wait for it. Oh my goodness. Oh gosh, it's like the best granola you've ever had in your life. It's like crunchy, but every once in a while it has like a little soft spot where like you hit a raisin or a cherry or something. And it's got like chocolate chips. It's like the best granola you've ever, for Europeans, muesli. It's like the best muesli you've ever had in your life. I don't think I've ever found granola in Europe, but I have found muesli. By the way, granola is so much better than muesli. I'm just saying, even the muesli with chocolate in it, granola is so much better. You don't know what you're missing. Come over here, come visit, eat some granola. You'll get it. Like that little variation right there too on that higher note. Han says, nah man, muesli slaps. I don't know. I think if we took 20 children and we raised them in international waters and we gave them from the time of their birth to the age that they were 10 years old, alternating days evenly of breakfast, of granola, then muesli, by the time of their 11th birthday, all of them would prefer granola. But that's just my opinion. Let's keep it going with Legacy DMC5 main theme. Oh, now we get a main theme. Excellent. Oh, gosh. Mostly is so good for what do you mean?
When those voices deep within bring you down to your knees again, redemption calls unto all of those who persist with the strength of the few. Don't come to question all that you've known. Remember, you are not alone. I will be here, standing beside you. There is no mountain too tall to overcome. We will be as one.
This week on Downton Abbey.
Don't come to question all that you've known. Remember, you are not alone. I will be here, standing beside you. There is no mountain too tall to overcome. We will be as one. You
Huh. Interesting. So right at the end, under Legacy, you could actually hear that sus4 resolving to 3, but in the strings,
Legacy.
ba, ba, 4 to 3. When it's played with chords, it's also called the Amen cadence or the plagal cadence. Now, it's called the Amen cadence because at the end of a lot of church hymns, folks go, Amen. So that's sus4 to 3, also called the Amen cadence, colloquially, because, well, Amen is in a lot of church music. A very beautiful piece. Love hearing those live strings, gorgeous vocals, right on point. A beautiful, beautiful piece of music. Now we're going to actually hear Legacy, a piano improvisation version. Oh, God, we got a violin improv. Now we're getting piano. I feel spoiled. Let's do this. This is great. Ooh. Huh. 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 Oh. So, a beautiful improvised piece, totally gorgeous with the voicings. Now, what a voicing is the way in which you play a chord or a harmony. So we talked about, you have pitches, some pitches are notes. Then you have two notes at the same time. It creates a chord. Now, a voicing is how you play that chord. So, for example, I could play a G chord like this. Slightly different. Different still. Different still. Different still. Different still. Different still. Different still. All of those are the same chord, but in different voicings. So hearing what voicings someone playing an instrument picks is always very, very interesting. And, those were very gorgeous, gorgeous voicings. So, just before we move on to the next song, I want to let you guys know that we asked 109 completely objective people which one was better, granola or muesli, and 65% said granola, which means 35 people are wrong. I don't know what to tell you. So, we're going to keep it rocking and rolling with Here Goes. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling. Everybody dance now. Well, here goes. Sound like we're ready for disc 5. Before we jump into disc 5, just gotta ask chat one question. So, Silent, I know you guys came here for music, but now I'm interested in the muesli. Silent HD says, in Germany, we say Knuspermuesli to granola, and I love that. Was ist Knuspermuesli? Bitte. Was ist Knuspermuesli? Like, what's the translation of Knuspermuesli? Like, das ist nicht super muesli. I would understand it was like awesome muesli. I don't know about snooper. And while we're doing that, looks like we have a bot, so I'm going to handle that. Thank you all for your patience. And I'm going to get us put over into the next tracks. Okay, so the next one up is going to be Devil Trigger, the full version, so all 6 minutes and 45 seconds of it. So we have a couple songs headed our way here. We're going to be ending today with Bury the Light and Bury the Light game version, so make sure you hang out for that. Here we go with Devil Trigger. So the first time I heard the song, I wasn't crazy about it. Everyone was like, wait till you hear this version. I like this better than the other version already. I love the groove, baby. Oh. Ah, the silver bullet. Oh, it all makes sense now. We will rock you. I'd say we're in the bridge here. We're stuttering. Bang, bang, for my down here. My favorite part, dee da dong gong 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 dee da dong gong ram gong ga dee. One more chorus, maybe. Okay, so much better than the in-game versions because you get to hear the whole thing. I think the effects on the vocals were so much better here too because it covered up some of the sort of timing. The vocals weren't always in the groove 100% the whole way, and having some effects on it really did smooth it all out. But that... Oh my gosh, what a great groove. Okay, now someone had a question, music theory question, so I'm going to talk about real quick before we go to the next song. That is, someone in the chat asked, okay, so does a voicing mean a different inversion? Not necessarily. Let me explain why. So an inversion is when you take a chord. Now remember, a chord, it's a group of notes. So we can go like 1, 3, 5. Now if we go 3, 5, 1, that's going to be first inversion. So we're changing the order. So that's not necessarily, it is a different voicing. It's also a different inversion. So all inversions are different voicings. Not all different voicings are inversions. I'll give you an example. So here's a G chord. Here's a different voicing of that G chord. Same inversion. Here is yet another same inversion, different voicing. You see? So you can have the same inversion, but actually stack and order the notes differently within that inversion to have a different voicing. Okay, let's check out the next one, which is called Crimson Cloud. Let's do it. Love that stutter. Okay. I also really did like that. I think that's a different version of Crimson Cloud than what we heard before. Something I want to point out about the vocal performance. Not everyone can do this. So while it may be very easy to dismiss this as, oh, I like this, oh, I don't like this, let's at least appreciate the really wild art that this singer is creating, because not everyone can go to this place and get their singing to translate this aggressively. I think you'd be surprised. If you try and record yourself doing this, number one, don't hurt yourself. If your throat hurts, stop, because you're using your voice wrong. But if you try and record your voice and you try and sound angry, or you try and sound sad, or you try and sound happy, you'll find that it's actually a lot harder than you might think it actually is to do. So for this vocalist to really get this aggression to translate while also singing, yeah, it's wild. And here, it's like, when they go to the fight firelight, right here, the way they're saying it makes me think that perhaps the singer is like maybe Scandinavian or from somewhere, maybe Holland. Slight accent in the fire. Could also be, I don't think British. I don't think Australian. I'm very curious as to the background of that singer. Interesting pronunciation on fire. This next one is called Subhuman. Yeah, hard stops hard, and yeah.
not forget that I am blue. Felt no respect for the demons in my head. Something saved me, put me out of my destiny.
Oh, love that rhythm.
Safely in this room. It's here right past me. The eyes are flashing as I call upon the darkest.
Kind of bat metal.
With the devil on my back and the demons right in front, I slash through insights and settle up.
Well, you know, I'm not a scream specialist. I know there are people out there who actually specialize in screaming coaching. They actually teach metal folks how to do that in a somewhat sustainable way so they don't end up completely messing their vocal cords up after like a few weeks or months. I think a deliciously heavy song. Also really cool to hear those dubstep moments coming of the that wubby bass. Also, I'm honestly enjoying those last three a lot more than when we heard them in the in-game. I think the in-game versions, these like the full songs. I'm really liking the full songs. I think the presentation's a lot stronger, a lot fuller. It brings it home for me at any rate. This next one is called The Crunching Rhythm of Chiba Rakase. Rakata. Right there, the beady, that like cheap, or maybe it's the same trumpet sound. It just isn't good any high. Isn't good high. This delicious kind of smooth jazz-ish. The drums almost sound lo-fi. It's like house chords. Oh, and it's over already. So again, we have this piece of music that really is a combination of multiple genres. We had house for the chords. We had lo-fi for the drums. We had you have those kind of flute elements in house sometimes. But I'm thinking more sort of like smooth jazz, kind of like easy listening to like elevator jazz type of a thing going on there. But a beautiful synergy coming together to create a sound that, honestly, again, I've never heard before. So like if you just listen to the drums and you say to yourself lo-fi, sounds lo-fi, right? But then that synth, and then right here, it's like house chords. Huh. Wild. This next one is called History of DMC. So some reverse sounds here. You've heard that string bit before.
Steal a soul for a second chance.
It literally though is like Donkey Kong Country when you're in the plane.
Judgment nice. Judgment night. Feel the sorrow the light has swallowed. Feel the freedom like no tomorrow. Kill before a time to kill them all. Pass down the righteous law. Serve justice that dwells in me. Love that comes as far as the young can the young can the young can the young can
I'm assuming this is a medley from previous games because these are some tunes we've not heard yet.
through our strength, we'll make a better day tomorrow. We
Interesting.
shall never surrender. We shall never surrender.
Well, a lovely look at some tunes we have not heard. The Devil May Cry song is over when it says it's over. I'm sorry. One thing I want to point out here to you guys. All right, type a 2 in the chat if you've played the SNES classic Donkey Kong Country. Type a 2 in the chat if you've played the SNES, S-N-E-S, SNES classic Donkey Kong Country. Okay, Ace Andromeda, Silent HD, Zididar, Dan, Dushes, Kate Cat. Okay, bunch of people. All right, cool. So, guys, you know when you go to like your cousin's like thing and he's got the flights, whatever his name is, you know, he's got the surfer board? Okay. Tell me if this music reminds you of when you jump in the plane, the plane with the barrel. Isn't that like exactly it from Donkey Kong Country? Anyway, Funky Kong, indeed. Okay, very cool. Yeah, all right. Some people are hearing it. Well, yeah, because the drums come in later on it. Yeah, similar style. Not exactly. This is Ace Andromeda. Okay. Some people are hearing it. Some people say, yeah, kind of on the fence. Go and listen to it. Come back and listen to that. I think you'll see it. Yeah, well, Funky Kong starts off like that. Then the drums come in. Yeah, drums come in after a couple reps of that. Anyway, let's go to the next one, which is going to be called Devil May Cry 5 SE Titlescreen. Let's check it out. Oh, yeah, little stutters in there. Now, these are the chords we heard from the very Disc 1 title screen. Hints at a wubby bass in there too. Which I don't know if I noticed first. It might have been in the first menu, but I didn't notice it. Alright, and we're set up to go straight into Battle 1 Virgil from Devil May Cry 3 SE. That's dark. Okay, well, considering that is from Devil May Cry 3, I definitely do hear the difference. We didn't really hear anything like that in Devil May Cry 5 soundtrack, and we did hear a little bit of things kind of hinting towards that in the history of DMC. So what we heard there was, I mean, clearly 2 games before, a little bit lighter, not quite as heavy, and that was, for me at least, a little more influenced by industrial, like really tilting to more towards like a Tool type thing. That it was not itself industrial, but for me it was more influenced by things like that. This next one is called Beowulf Battle. Let's check it out. Okay, so again, what we're seeing here is this is one of the older Devil May Cry songs, and we're definitely hearing a distinct difference. Whereas within Devil May Cry 5, we can hear tastes of what is going to be that real sort of industrial sound. What we're hearing here over the past two songs really has been industrial sounds. Now we're going to move back to Devil May Cry 5 with Let's Just See SE Edit. Let's check it out. Wow, it sounds like a hi-hat sound too there. Okay, delightful. Now, I think what's interesting here, so this is a Devil May Cry 5 remix. For what I understand from the chat, this song actually originates from Devil May Cry 4. So we can hear this more industrial thing here. However, we can hear it starting to trend towards that dubsteppy. Well, not dubsteppy. But how we heard throughout Devil May Cry 5, that combination of the sort of heavy guitar plus the dance music genres, we could hear it's almost like a stepping stone from Devil May Cry 3 to Devil May Cry 5, which would make sense, especially if it was from Devil May Cry 4. So, a real interesting piece of music. I love having that choir in on top of it, and the mix is just gorgeous. You can hear the choir crystal clear, and on top of that, it's all the crunching, all the guitar, all the really heavy kind of nasty stuff going on. It's kind of like if you take I don't know. I don't have an example for you, but that was really cool. This next one is called Devil May Cry HRHM version, Devil May Cry 5 SE Edit. Let's check it out.
something's happening. And 1, 2, 3, go!
Bless me with your gift of light, righteous calls and judgment night. Feel the sorrow the light has swallowed. Feel the freedom like no tomorrow.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Stepping for the cure for a soul's demise. Reap the tears of the victim's cries. Yearning more to heal the sufferer of a demon as I put it under. Kill before it's time to kill them all. Pass down the righteous law. Servant justice that dwells in me. Love flip comes to sorrows the youngest. The youngest. The youngest.
Bless me with the leaf off of the tree. On it
Oh my gosh, this is so wild. Oh, this is so wild. Oh, this is wild.
we are falling. The light is calling. Tears inside me, calm me down. Midnight calling, mist of resolve.
That's the pulse.
Crown me with a pure green leaf. Praise to my Father, blessed by the water. Black night, dark sky, the devil's to my Father, blessed by the water. Black night, dark sky, the devil's cry.
Bless me with your gift.
Wow, okay, so much more hard rock. A little bit metal there for sure. But that lead guitar, not very metal, very, very hard rock. Love, love, love that. Oh my gosh, especially at the end here where like everything was going on. I mean, the bass player is essentially like doing a solo. Not here. Right there, that bass fill is like the bass is filling, the guitar's soloing. You have that ba 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 vocal thing going on, and on top of that, the screaming. On top of that, the drums. Oh my goodness. Wild, wild, wild. Hey, if any of you are watching, make sure you hang out, because Bury the Light is not this song, but it's the next song. So hang out. We're going to listen to one more before Bury the Light. This one is called Wake Your Fury and Wait in Hell. Twitch, I say no thank you. But very cool. Please hit like, subscribe, hit that notification bell. If you are a gamer and you want to learn more about music theory, there's a course for you. It's in the description. for you. It's a music theory course just for gamers. You can learn all about how to read, write, and understand music. Go check it out. Let's do Wake Your Fury and Wait and Hell. Let's do this thing. Sound of an orchestra tuning. Very interesting. With these moments of classical music thrown in there. Deliciously confused. So the next song is Bury the Light. A few words though we just listened to first. Okay. So I'm not sure about Blue Danube, but here, if you listen here at the beginning, this sound right here you're hearing in the strings, that's what it sounds like when an orchestra is tuning, which is really, really interesting to put that in as part of the music in this already kind of convoluted, weird piece. It's taking little bits and pieces. It almost feels like, you know those scenes when someone like gets lost in time and they're seeing like bits and pieces of their past pop up or whatever, kind of like Doctor Strangey type thing? That's what it feels like, little bits and pieces. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. It's time! We're gonna listen to Bury the Light. Let's do this thing. Not the game edit, the full song. Here we go. Acoustic guitar with electric.
Oh, beautiful. Third. Oh, yes. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, come on. Oh, don't tease me. There's a solo coming? Oh, come on.
You want this power, then come try and take it.
Oh my gosh. Oh, come on, baby. Yes, please. Yes, please. Correct. Devil Trigger. Yes. Music and on. Yeah. Okay. All right. First of all, that was sick. Second of all, I got a couple things I want to point out on this that were also really cool. So number one, as chat pointed out, we actually had the Devil Trigger motif playing at the end. Right. Okay. Now, two other things I want to point out. And I'm going to go actually in reverse order here. The first is in the chorus. All right. This is a small thing, but it's really cool. All right, so I might have to play this a couple times for your ears to catch it. In your right ear, if you're wearing headphones or earbuds, you're going to hear one, Anna, 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 with a very high guitar part all the way in your right ear. Listen out for this. It's a really cool piece. It's just like 2 notes at a time. Bugga, dugga, dugga, dugga. Wild to hear. Okay, there's so much going on, but I thought that was a really fun little thing to point out because very rarely do you hear guitars playing that type of role where it's almost like acting like percussion in the groove. But if that wasn't there, something would feel like it's missing because everything else is so low, it's so heavy, it's pushing forward, right? There's a lot of momentum, but having that dugum, 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 really, 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 really cool. The other thing I wanted to point out, and this is going to tie the bow on this entire reaction series. In, I believe, the menu theme from disc 1, the very first track that we heard, at one point towards the end, we heard a moment where it was a minor song the whole way through, and we had one moment where we heard a major third, the interval of a major third. And that's significant because it's not that often that that happens. And to show you how sort of different that is, it's like... Now listen for the note I'm going to play. It's like, whoa, hang on. It doesn't quite fit with everything around it, right? But the way it was fit in worked in that disc 1. Now we actually heard, and I believe there is a connection here, because we heard the same idea of gesturing towards this major third a couple of times throughout this entire soundtrack. And sure enough, here, and Bury the Light, in the verse melody right at the end of the verse, we also hear that same major third. Here it comes, I think. Maybe I'm misreading that and it was a major second. That'd be funny if I was wrong. Wow. It was wishful thinking. But still. Oh, gosh, that was going to be so strong if I had that right. A little mistake there. Happens every once in a while, but still a delicious song. Anywho, thank you all so much for hanging out and watching this this series with me here. This has been a ton of fun. I was right. I thought I was right. Where did I miss it, guys? A little bit further on. I know it is there in the next bit. All right, thanks, guys. Thank you. Oh, yes, okay, I did have it right. Right, I did have it right. Okay. I was like, man, did I really not hear that right the first time it came around? Did I really miss? No. I had it right. Thank you, chat, for saving me and making... I was like this close away from striking gold. Thank you, chat. Yes, so we had that major third. So the entire time, we're hanging out in like this D Phrygian thing, D minor thing, and then having that F sharp there right at the end. Thanks for saving me, chat. Whew! All right. Saved in the clutch. Thank you guys so much. I couldn't say for the rest of the DMC5. Never played, but from what I heard, it was pretty cool. Yes, it is pretty cool. I don't know. What I've never played, but what I heard so far was pretty cool. Indeed. Well, thank you all so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for joining me on this wonderful ride that has been DMC5. This was a ton of fun. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me, and I will see you next time. Take care, everyone, and goodbye. Bye. 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 Hey, more content over here, down here. Subscribe. It's up there. It's down there. It's everywhere. More stuff. Click it. There's stuff there. Oh, it's there. It's everywhere. How long are we going to do this for? I don't know, but it's 20 seconds. Here we go. Click there.